Good evening, everyone. Today is February 25th, 2026. Mayor Owens, thank you for council, staff, and our wonderful residents of the city for attending this evening for our regular city council meeting. Prior to this meeting, we did have our regular work session meeting, which included a preview of this as well as just preparation for this meeting this evening. We do have a couple of several items on here this evening, so we're going to work expeditiously to move us through the items that we have in the business of the city. With that being said, Madam Clerk, would you mind calling the roll, please?
Mayor Owens.
Present.
Council Member and Mayor Pro Tem of District 1, Ron Davis.
Present.
Council Member of District 2, Michael McNeely is out for training.
Counted for, yes, ma'am.
Yes, and Council Member of District 3, Keisha Jeffcoat.
Present. Council
Member of District 4, Cassandra Brown is out for training. It's mandated training. They had to go, being a new council person. And then we have Council Member District 5, TJ Ferguson.
Present.
And Council Member District 6, Deborah Herndon.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, can we ask if they can get more chairs for them back?
Yes, indeed. I don't know that we have our facilities person. Mr. Copeland, can you work with staff here and make sure? Actually, I see.
There's some empty chairs. Maybe if you have an empty chair next to you, can you raise your hand? We have some people standing in the back. Yeah. Okay. If you guys, they can fill in. And
Don't be scared to be up front.
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay.
Thank you, all. Please make space, make room, if you will. They'll work on getting some more chairs here momentarily. There are still a couple of 4 empty chairs up front.
There's more chairs.
3 maybe. There's a couple on this side as well. Mr. Manager, if you wouldn't mind leading us in a brief invocation, please, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to, citizens, join me in prayer, please do. Heavenly Father, we pause and we recognize that your hand, your favor, your blessings have been upon the city of Mableton, and we are so thankful for all the situations you've shown up for on our behalf, taking care of our council, our staff, our public safety, our citizens, opportunities, things that have happened in this city's short existence. And so we're so grateful for this community, and we just want to give you the praise and glory for Mableton tonight. We ask that you would also grant, again, wisdom, discretion, insight, and courage to our council as they make decisions to guide this great city. And we'll be careful to give you the praise and glory for all the good things that Mableton shall do for not only Cobb County, but for the state and the country. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We have the flag there. Councilman Ferguson, will you please lead us in the pledge, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members of the council, you've been provided a copy of the agenda prior to the meeting. At this point in time, I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I move to approve the agenda as written, with the exception of an amendment to add the resolution that was proposed by Councilmember McNeely in our last meeting that deals with fiscal responsibility, SDS negotiations, and also concerns regarding double taxation.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any discussion?
I actually do have a comment. If at all possible, is it okay to put this after executive session? If we add it to the agenda, is that okay, Councilwoman?
I'm sorry, you said after executive session?
Yes. So it would be item
18.
Yes, It would be, or item, yes, 18, and then 18 would move, obviously, to item 19. Is that okay, or?
I guess my question is well, can you disclose the reason why it would be after executive session?
Well, I do have an update that deals with litigation and pending proceedings that may touch that item. It would give the council time to hear the update before any vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is that an amendment you're willing to make, Councilwoman?
I'm sorry?
Is that an amendment you're willing to make?
You want to make that amendment?
Oh, okay. I moved, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was going to say, an alternative would be if we could, if you want to put it earlier, if we could just recess for maybe 10 minutes so that I could just give you that briefing. If you didn't want it so late in the agenda, that's an option too.
Yeah, I didn't particularly want it so late in the agenda. I mean, but I hate to recess because we have so many people who are waiting to, have things settled. We have zoning ordinances and things like that, cases. So.
Okay, so you're fine with it at the end still?
If we can have a 10-minute recess, then, if it's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think I could cover maybe 15. But I think I'm pretty sure in 15 I could expedite cover.
So we put it as number 12?
Yeah, so we would do a 10-minute recess without the council. We wouldn't recess.
Would it make sense for us to move it to like item 12? So it's not like at the end of the meeting?
Yes, that's fine too. So the motion would be amend the agenda to include an executive session item pertaining to, and then it's the resolution that the councilwoman just indicated.
So we're going to move executive session to item number 12,
Well, I wouldn't move the full executive session,
or a 10-minute recess at item 12.
and I wouldn't put a time limitation because I don't want us to be forced
recess.
But yes, and I wouldn't say necessarily recess. I said recess so the public would know that we're temporarily going to another room, but it would be to approve an executive session discussion pertaining to litigation
Okay, we got it.
before that item,
We got it.
before the discussion of that item.
So you want to make an amendment?
Litigation and administrative proceedings.
Okay, so I would like to approve the agenda with an amendment for us to have a recess as item 12 to discuss
Well, item 12, and you want it after or before item 12?
before.
So to shift the agenda down to include item, and let's just call it a light item 11C, if that's okay. We can just add a C and a D. So 11C would be a executive session for purposes of litigation and administrative proceedings. And then item 11D would be the item that you just indicated.
Okay, all right. So I would like to approve the agenda with an amendment to add 11C for discussion in executive session, and then 11D for the resolution that Councilmember McNeely proposed in our last meeting.
And I'm going to second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion about this?
For the sake of the public, do we have that document?
It's in our email. If you can find it.
Okay.
I can send it to everyone if
Well, it's
necessary.
not on the agenda yet. So, any other discussion? I mean,
And Susan is asked if you could clarify, just again for her record purposes, the reasons.
The reason for wanting the resolution added?
Well, no, the reason, or can she add to amend your motion to put for executive session for the reasons listed on the agenda allowable for executive session?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, again, I'll, excuse me, I'll ask any discussion on this matter with the added potential resolution. Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of the agenda with the amendment made by Councilwoman Herndon, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That's 3-2. Does not pass. With that being said, I'll make another call for approval of the agenda as written.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded. All those, or any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the agenda as written, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion approves 3-2. We will continue on with the agenda as written. Next item is item 6A. That is the public hearing. This is RAZ 2025-11. It's a tax parcel for Oak Ridge Commerce Way. This is a request to rezone 29.15 acres from MHP to LI for a 300,000 square foot warehouse distribution center. This has come before us, Director Michael Hughes, and who is here. Madam Attorney, as it relates to this matter, the council would like to entertain a motion for deferring this item until December 8th, pending looking at other infrastructure items as it relates to the site and to the 300,000 square foot distribution
I'm
center.
sorry, Mayor, you said December 8th?
No, April 8th.
Oh.
April 8th. Did I say December? I'm sorry. My mind was April 8th. I don't know what happened here, but April 8th. So that's an ask right now, but could you,
Yes, Mayor, and actually that would be my recommendation too, just to do final due diligence on this matter. So that would be the request as well. And for the public, that would be to bring this item back on April 8th for the public hearing, as well as everything that's listed below, as well as the applicant can speak as well.
thank you. To move forward with this, we actually need to have a motion made by the council. Yes.
Motion to defer item 6A in the public hearing section, the tax parcel as in the agenda. Request to rezone a 29.15 acre parcel to MHP, from MHP to LI. Request permission to move that to the April 8th city council meeting.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any further discussion, council? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those
Wait, Mayor, may I ask, Michael Hughes? Yes. April 8th, there's only one regular meeting that day. Is that correct? There's not a workshop that date? I just want to make sure for the record that we provide clarity as to when it's going to come back. That is a regular meeting, correct. So Susan, is there a workshop on that date? There is no work session? Okay, thank you.
Fair enough. Yes, so the regular work session, but that's the only meeting for that day, so.
Correct, did I say
Okay,
work
so
session?
then, no, I think
No,
the
some
motion
days we have
stands.
2 meetings, and I wanted to make sure the public was clear as to which time it's going to come back. But we only have 1 meeting that day, so we're good.
Okay.
Fair enough. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of approval of Councilman Ferguson's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We will move down to item 6B, which is RAZ 2025-006. This is a Old Alabama Road. It's a rezone request to rezone 22 acres from R20 to R6 for the development of 94 single-family detached homes. With that being said, Director Hughes, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The applicant's representative, Mr. Kevin Moore, representing Moore, Ingram, Johnson, and Steele, have requested that this item be deferred until April. specifically April 2nd before the Mableton Planning Commission, and Wednesday, April 22nd before Mayor and Council, and that is their request.
So we'll have it back before us April 22nd.
Yeah.
Correct.
Will we have a work session before?
We will.
Believe
on the
that meeting
6th.
is where you have your 5:15 work session.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That particular day, I think you have a 5:15 work session.
Okay. Did you capture that, Madam Clerk? Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We would need you to, a motion, yes.
Yes. All right, council, any questions, further questions for Director Hughes? None. I'll entertain a motion for this deferral for REZ 2025-006.
I'd like to make a motion to defer REZ 2025-006.
I second.
The motion's been made and properly seconded. Any other discussion, council? I want to clarify that date was April 22nd? April 22nd, okay. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion made by Councilwoman Jeffcoat, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. There's no opposition to that. Thank you. And thank you, Director Hughes. All right, next up is our item 7. This is the FY 2026 second quarter financial review. Council, as you recall, we've asked for quarterly financial reviews. These financial reviews will be made by our finance director, potentially our deputy director, but focused on where we are throughout the calendar year or throughout the year, focused on where we are within the spending process as well as revenues. With that being said, welcome, Director Ellis. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council. I have for you your quarter two. Apologize, I will be clearing my throat regularly. I have my regular seasonal allergies, so apologize in advance. We have your quarter two financial review. This covers the period October through December is quarter two, but the full financials are from the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1 through December 25th. This is just an overview, highlights of the financials. We are at 50% of the year, so July through December is 6 months. We have revenue collections almost at 100%, and our expenditures are just below 30%. We have some areas at the bottom are some variances that you might look at because they aren't around that 50% range, and basically explaining those areas. We are on target. Franchise taxes are regularly almost a quarter behind because of the way they come in. They're in arrears. So we are on target with franchise taxes, even though it's only showing at 17.46%. We are at business occupational tax. This is mostly new businesses coming in. Our renewal period is in March, so you will see a big influx, probably exceeding our budget of 2.5 million coming in the next quarter financials. And then our big winner of the evening is insurance premium tax. We had originally budgeted that in the budget adoption at 4.2 million. We received 8.3 million, so we collected almost 200% of that. So that is a great, robust surplus there for the city. We are tracking over budget for license and permitting as well. We budgeted very conservatively on that one, so you see that one is above budget. We're only at 50% of the year, as well as interest income, budget very conservatively, not knowing what kind of cash flow we need throughout the year. And risk management, our tiny little department there, the only reason that one's over budget is because it is a once-a-year payment. So that $48,000 will pretty much stay the whole year. So inevitably, we will be under budget in risk management.
Real quick, they're trying to give you some water.
Oh, thank you. Do I sound that bad? Thank you. Okay, this is just a quick picture of our cash and investments of the year. This includes not only the city of Mableton, but also our urban redevelopment agency, which we have as a component unit of the city, totaling almost $19 million for the city.
Can we go back?
Yep, go back.
Real quick, just a quick general question. City manager, so the revenues slide, revenues through 12/31. Is it generally what we should expect that through half of the year, we've already received 98%?
Well, property taxes are due December, so yes.
Okay.
The TAVT, for that, oh, you're talking about
The overarching,
overall,
Yeah.
yes. You have some of your major revenues that have come in that are exceeding, so that's what's drawing that average to be 98%. So you aren't normally going to see it at that high, but because of our insurance premium tax and probably the interest income, that's why it's such a high percentage. So, sorry, I didn't mean to answer for you, City Manager. This was the next slide, so I'll just go on with this. This is our revenues through December 31st. As you'll see, property taxes, which are really the TAVT, which are vehicle, it's not property taxes levied within the city. We're at about half of a year. We're a little month behind because of the way that it's accrued, so we're on target with those. Most of these things we've already pointed out. If you have any specific questions on the revenues specific that I haven't already addressed, I'll be glad to answer that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go ahead.
No, you're fine. Okay, I'll move forward for expenditures for the general fund. These are by department. Again, you'll see every department is pretty much below budget or close to budget, with the exception of risk management, which again is driven by property and liability insurance that the city carries. We may come close to that budget, knowing we have added some additional assets, so that may change a little bit, but we don't anticipate exceeding that. If there are any questions on total expenditures. Now we'll go into our additional funds throughout the city. This is our tree fund that we established this year with the budget. We have $160,000 budgeted coming in from the general fund to fund this beautification fund, and we have contributed $80,000, which is half of the year. We haven't had any approved projects yet, but I would assume at some point we'll come to council with some proposed projects throughout the city that we can use some of this funding for. Now we have the Six Flags Special District Fund that we established last fiscal year. We assessed $1.2 million for the Six Flags area. We have collected, as of these financials, $1.1 million. We have collected almost 100% of those collections. We have a couple things that we're reviewing as far as delinquent, but we're on top of all of those and have spent nothing with these revenues until we get some council direction for those funds. So that's where we're at with Six Flags. Hotel Motel Tax Fund. Again, this is a balanced budget. We've got $241,000 coming in for the year. It all goes out, a portion of it per the ordinance goes to the general fund. The rest is to be used for marketing and DMO purposes for the city and set aside that Cobb County is overseeing. And then we have our capital projects fund. This is also funding that comes in from the city. We budgeted $1.4 million to come in from the city for this. We have transferred half a year. We've spent everything to date on our fleet vehicles. That's what you'll see for general government, $500,000 budget. We've spent our budget for all of our fleet vehicles for the year, and we're at half the year with IT proposed projects that we used for the capital fund. And then last, we have our urban redevelopment agency. Here we have our year-to-date actuals. This is all interest revenue on the bonds that were issued is $53,000. The year-to-date actuals are properties that we've purchased, and the 171 is the interest. We will have one more payment before the end of the year, excuse me, for principal and interest, which will make the budget 100%. And those are the major revenues and expenditures for this fund. So you have any other questions on any of those funds or any other questions outside of that, I'll be glad to answer them.
Mr. Mayor, before you proceed, just one minor, and I mean minor, but for the record, I think there was a comment about the hotel motel tax that Cobb County is currently overseeing. It's not Cobb County government. It is. We have an agreement with Cobb Travel and Tourism.
Yes.
Just want to make sure people, it's not Cobb County, but it's Cobb Travel and Tourism.
Thank you for that. That actually is the only question I had related to hotel motel. It's coming in at 181% right now. And that is where we're currently tracking. I know we're budgeted 375, we're at 241 now. So we are tracking closer to 500,000. And that's kind of where I think we really thought we were going to be, right?
Yep,
Okay, thank you.
we like to be conservative. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Next, council, is our appointment sections. We are 8A. We do have one appointment to our planning commission. And this is, if I'm correct, our District 6, Munzir. I know he's here. Sir, where are you? Yes. So we do have a planning commission person for District 6. If you want to come on up, we'll go ahead and get your... Stand right there. Council.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am. I'll just do it from here. So, council, we have Munzir, who is here as our District 6 appointee from Councilwoman Herndon. Did he just leave? We need him for a second for a quick vote.
Can someone get?
Maybe we don't.
TJ, can you grab Ferguson? He's right there.
You can step out in a sec, sir. I just want to... It's all right. All right. Councilman Hernan, if you would, since we're only doing one, if you want to take a second and just announce who your appointee is.
Oh, okay. My appointee is Munzir. I'm sorry, Munzir. How do you pronounce your last name? Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, he's a District 6 resident, and he's been very interested in volunteering and working with the city of Mableton for as long as I've known him. I was excited and elated when he agreed to be my planning commission appointee.
Great. I will echo that. We've gotten to know each other since we became a city, and he's always wanted to be active and has been active in a lot of different ways. So I'm happy to have an opportunity to make this formal. So if you will make the motion, ma'am.
Okay, I move to approve Mr. Munzir as a planning commission appointee.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of appointment to the Planning Commission to Mr. Nazir?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Congratulations, sir. Let's get your appointment. Let's get your, let's get your oath here. All right, if you will raise your hand and right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Munzir Nakwi,
Do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
and affirm
and affirm
that I will faithfully
I will faithfully
and impartially perform the duties
and impartially perform the duties
of being a member of a planning commission
of being a member of the Planning Commission
board for the city of Mapleton.
Board for the city of Mapleton.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
John Hancock, right here. And here. Who's talking? Thank you, sir. And all right. We'll get a photo. Okay. This one's yours. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please give Mr. Navik another round of applause, please. I might remind you that all of the CABs, the commissions, authorities, and boards that we have are volunteers. They do not get paid for their time and their service. There's many others that are here tonight that serve on these boards as well. We can't do the work that we do without volunteers. These specific boards are important. Some of them handle fiduciary responsibilities, quasi-judicial. The Planning Commission obviously is integral to be able to move our planning and zoning department forward. So I just want to continue to say thank you all for continuing to step up and be willing to serve in your capacity with the city, so thank you. At this point in time, we're going to move forward to item number 9, which are public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards for this evening?
Yes, Mayor, we have 6 that want to speak. Just a reminder, it's a 2-minute time limit, and I will call 2 names at a time, so you can go ahead and start coming up to save time and keep the public comment rolling. So the first person is Monica Delancey, and following Ms. Delancey will be Trey Hutchins.
Good evening, Monica Delancey, We Thrive in Riverside Renter Association. I'm here to discuss and bring you some highlights from the Mableton community. Last week, right before winter holiday, City View Elementary School hosted their career day. Youth were able to hear from 30 guest speakers sharing their careers with our young scholars, and I want to commend our school counselor, Mr. Tyrone Oliver, for organizing Career Day. Last week during winter break, We Thrive Riverside Rental Association hosted a Youth Leadership Day where teens attended a workshop hosted by Cobb Public Health Department on vaping awareness, and also the young drivers made public safety greeting cards to give to our public safety heroes. This was in partnership with the school brain. Also this month, Black History Month has been celebrated across the nation. I want to recognize Pembroke High School for a phenomenal Black History Month program on February 13th. And also this Saturday, you will have an opportunity to go visit with the Cobb NAACP for their open house from 11 to 1 in the old Turner Chapel Church on Lawrence Street. I do want to invite you to attend our Renters' Rights Summit. It will be held on March 22nd. The date has been changed. That is a Sunday, March 22nd, where there will be guest speakers about routes to home ownership, about code enforcement. There are presentations from the insurance to learn about the importance of having renters insurance. And also, we will have updates from our legislators about some House bills that were passed in the legislative season. So I want to make sure that you all have a chance to come to our Renters' Rights Summit, which is going to be March 22nd, held at Antioch Loving Spirit Church, 6280 Britt Road, in partnership with Unum and our Cobb School Board member, Leroy Hutchins. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Delancey.
Black History Month quote for the day: if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair.
Following Trey Hutchins will be Steve Friedman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Leroy Trey Hutchins. I have the privilege of serving as your Cobb County School District Board of Education member representing Post 3, which is Mableton, Austell, and Powder Springs. I just have 2 updates for you on this evening. The first one is on February 13th at our last Board of Education meeting, the Cobb County School District Board of Education, in a 6-0-1 vote, authorized our first charter school in over 13 years. We welcome Power Public Schools to serve Greater South Cobb, grades 6 through 12, to our one team, one goal of student success. So we're excited about that recommendation from the superintendent and approval of the board. Secondly, we ask that you keep our Mableton elementary school family in your prayers and in your thoughts, as we did have a tragedy yesterday. And so we're asking that each of you keep that particular community in your thoughts and prayers. And if anyone wants to reach out to be of assistance, please reach out to me so that we can, as a community, show love and support for that school and school community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins.
Following Mr. Friedman will be China Cartridge.
Good evening, I'm Steve Freeman from Mableton Lodge. We're at the corner of Dodgen Road and Mableton Parkway. The Red Cross is holding a blood drive Friday. There's an urgent need for blood at the moment. They're offering a $20 e-card for anybody who donates. They're also testing for sickle cell. That's an additional $20 e-card. It's from noon to 5. We're right off the corner. It's the 2-story white building. You just come in, fill out a form. The other thing we do is the Georgia CHIP program, which is the Child Identification Program. We will be doing that. We do that at the Taste of Mableton, which is coming up. We also do it the 2nd and 4th Thursday of the month, which is our meeting nights at 6:30. Just come in. It takes about 10 minutes to fill the form out. We take fingerprints, DNA, pictures, and a short history. It's all put on a thumb drive, and everything is given to the parent. So God forbid something happens, you give that to the police, they plug it into their computers, and it goes nationwide. We also do that for elderly people also who might have some sort of dementia that might wander away. We do that for them also. It's the same program. We will be doing blood drives every 4 months. Obviously there's a big demand, and hopefully some people can show up, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Following China Cartridge is Sam Cubreth.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and members of our Mableton community. I'm honored to stand in front of you tonight. 2 weeks ago, as Trey Hutchins said, that Power Public Schools was officially approved to be one of the first AI-empowered schools in the nation. And so I'm just really excited because this is the community that I grew up in. I went to Riverside, Lindley, and graduated from Campbell's IB program. And I just wanted to take a moment simply to thank you all for your support. So many people in this room stood with us in this journey. And from the mayor to our city council to our city manager to community leaders and families and residents who showed up and spoke in support, wrote letters, and believed in the South Cobb students that they deserve another excellent option. And so I was overflown with emotions on that day because it was a dream that then was realized, and it was with the support of the community that this happened. And so just wanted to say thank you. Also wanted to announce that in April, we'll formally be opening up our enrollment. And so we'll have 100 slots. We already have 350 community members that are interested, but we'll have 100 slots for 6th and 7th grade to serve our students next year in 2027. And so I left Mableton to go to Harvard to learn about the world and to explore. And now I'm excited to come back home and help the world learn about what education should look like starting from Mableton. And so thank you guys so much for your support in my dreams. And I'm excited to bring Power Public Schools to the community.
Following Sam Cubreth, we will have Denny Wilson.
Good evening, Mableton City Council and Mableton City residents. Come to you today as the current chairman of the Austell Community Task Force to share a couple upcoming activities. Just in a nutshell, what is the Austell Community Task Force? So we're interested in identifying and disseminating systemically community resources. So in other words, the party that goes on in this room, as well as all around, we want to keep that going within the community, even outside of the formal halls, if you will. So those two opportunities we are having our general meeting, which is coming up this coming Monday. We meet on the first Monday of every month. It's at 7 p.m. It will be actually at the Riverside Epic Center up the street, but we also have a Zoom option just in case you're not able to make it in person. And that'll be happening at 7 o'clock, and we'd love for you to come out to that. As well as we have a very unique opportunity coming up, which is being done in conjunction with the Riverside Neighborhood Community Garden and My Green Earth. We're having a mini food forest work day and compost workshop. And I believe Cobb County is helping us out with that as well. We're going to be having that at the rec center. For those of you that don't know, we actually have a community garden that is set up in conjunction with the Riverside Neighborhood Community Garden. That's about 17 or 18 raised beds, and we would love for y'all to come out anytime to kind of take a look. But specifically for this opportunity, it will be taking place on Saturday, March 7th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and it'll be taking place. And if you need RTPs, please take a look for either of the events. You can take a look at our Facebook page, and thank you for the time.
Following Denny Wilson, we have Patricia Alk.
I want to start this evening by giving a big shout out to Councilwoman Deborah Herndon. We had an exorbitant increase in our gas bills this past month, and was going to have another increase next month. And thanks to Deborah Herndon, she went on to Nextdoor and she put a post up about the high prices that we were getting ready to have to pay. Austell Gas service areas includes the cities of Austell, Mableton, Powder Springs, and Douglasville, and it also has some portions of Lithia Springs and Smyrna. We're actually stuck with them. We can't go anywhere because they own all of the gas lines, so we can't, seek another vendor or anything, which I've known that for some time. A piece of misinformation that was put out that I had said that the 30-year franchise fee contract that Mableton entered into with Austell Gas was what caused these high prices. I never said that because I know better. And I've dealt with Austell Gas for the last 15 years. Trust me, they know my name. I've called them and talked to them about their prices, but it wasn't until now that, the residents of Mableton took a stand. I mean, we had people from all corners of Mableton, all corners of the county on Nextdoor, demanding that Austell Gas come and answer us as to why they made this increase from $1.10 a therm to $2.10 a therm, which basically was 100% increase. And again, I want to thank Councilwoman Herndon, because if she had never started the post, I don't think anybody else would have joined in, and then I chimed in and other residents. And again, I mean, my heart was elated because for once I saw the community come together in a way that we had never come before. And like I told them, our voice is our weapon, and we proved that to Austell Gas. Thank you.
Okay, our previous member, Patricia Alk, is the last card that I have.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Alk, and I'm a resident of District 4. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I felt so moved after witnessing the beginning of this meeting. 2 times over the course of 2 meetings, council members have asked for a resolution to be added to the agenda. Both times, this governing body voted against adding a resolution to the agenda. No one asked you to approve the resolution. They asked for it to be placed on the agenda to be heard. This is an item that is important to the public and is worthy of being heard and publicly discussed. This item was brought at the request of 2 council members from their constituents. It is critical for council members to have the ability to add to the meeting agenda to ensure that this governing body remains proactive in addressing community needs and concerns. And no concern at the moment may be of greater importance than service delivery with the county, especially with crossover day being next week on March 6th. The time to take action on this item would have been this meeting. This is how city council members are to ensure that policy discussions are aligned with the strategic goals of the public and that we are made aware of these important issues. And we expect our elected leaders to respond accordingly. I think it is not only a great breach in the democratic process by stifling the voice of elected council members, but also a great disservice to all the citizens of Mableton. Thank you.
Is that the final?
That was the final card.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Council, we're going to proceed with item 10A, or item 10. This is the consent agenda. We've reviewed this consent agenda at the work session meetings. At this point in time, I'm going to accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Motion been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We will move forward now to item 11. Item 11 is our unfinished business. The first item is REZ 2025-009. This is for 6671 Mableton Parkway. The request to rezone 2.33 acre parcel from R20 to NRC for commercial development. With that being said, I know we have Director Hughes, and I think we have our Deputy Director, Tina Garver, is going to speak to this, correct? The floor is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. I do have a presentation to share tonight to go over this application. Where do I point? Nothing. Okay. Okay. I'll just go ahead and start with this application just to remind everybody what this is. This is 6671 Mableton Parkway. This application was deferred at an earlier meeting to allow council more time to become familiar with the application. This is located at, I said 6671 Mableton Parkway, and it's a request to rezone property from R20 to NRC. And staff is recommending denial of the rezoning application, but is recommending approval of a temporary land use permit with stipulations. Similarly, the Planning Commission had the same recommendation of approval of a temporary land use permit with stipulations. They added some additional ones, and we'll go over those in just a moment. All right, I got it now. Thank you. All right, so I did want to go over just a timeline of this application and the history of this project because it is a little unique, because it is an existing commercial structure that is on R20 zoned property. And so based on research, what we found is that the building and the gas canopies were installed around 1975. Cobb County did not have established zoning until sometime in the early 1970s. We don't have that exact date. The gas tanks were installed in 1976. In 1994, the gas tanks were removed from that site. A little bit after that time is when this site was converted over to a hair salon. So in 1996, the applicant who's before us on this current case did change that certificate of occupancy to allow a hair salon. That property was purchased in 2003. And then this is where things started changing a little bit. In 2023, that's when we no longer had an active business license on the site. To go into that a little bit further, I feel like this did not look like it did before. But so 2023 was when there was no longer a business license application, which means that the current application the current certificate of occupational tax certificate expired December of 2022. To fast forward through that, so we do have, the applicant came, sorry, this is messing me up. I'm good now. All right, so in February of 2024, they did provide a lease that owner did get a new lease with an applicant. And then in 2024, this is when it came before the city. So just back up just a second. The occupational tax certificate expired at the end of 2022, and in September of 2024 is when this became before the city again. In November I'm done with my timeline. Anyway, so we're just gonna skip ahead. Let's see, right here. All right, bear with me. All right, so September 2024, the applicant came before the city to apply for a new occupational tax permit. That was denied. In November, the applicant did receive an application to start this rezoning process, which is where we are now. In January, that application was heard by the Planning Commission, and then that's where we got that recommendation to table. And then in January later on, it came before the mayor and council, and then now we're here in February. This is just to delay or to demonstrate that this case has been moving forward, in that the applicant was advised that there was a issue with the application for the occupational tax. They were advised to apply for this rezoning. The applicant did apply for the rezoning in November, and it's going through our typical process. Going back to that gap in the occupational tax certificate, our code specifically says that if there is a lapse in occupational tax certificate for a period of 12 months or more, then that is considered a non-conforming use. They've lost that non-conforming use status. In this case, because the property was built back in the 70s, possibly after the zoning was established in Cobb County, it may have never been a legal use, but it was allowed to continue because it had been continuously operating. Once there's a gap in the occupational tax certificate or in the payment of sales taxes or other things that are outlined here in our ordinance, it's no longer considered a legal non-conforming use, which is why the occupational tax certificate was denied. So the property is zoned residential, but was used commercially and was allowed to continue operating because there was not a lapse. Once there was that lapse, that's when the application was denied. There's been some discussion on tax classification and zoning categories. We did reach out to the Cobb County tax assessor to clarify that question. And so the way properties are taxed is based on the use of the property, not based on the zoning of the category. So the tax classification here is C4. That's different than the zoning category that is R20. The C means that it's a commercial property, and then the 4 indicates the size of the parcel. It is listed as a mixed residential building, and it's mixed residential / commercial. The reason why the Cobb County tax assessor has that clarification is because it's a commercial structure, but it's on that residential zoning. So it is listed as mixed residential built on commercial. The property, the tax assessor does say that their records show that it's zoned R20, and that properties are not valued on their zoning. They're valued on their current use. This site did have a property that was paying personal property taxes, and it was ahead a time. And the last time that personal property tax was paid is 2023. So what this means is that the zoning is R20, and the zoning has always been R20 on this site since Cobb County established zoning in the early 70s. So in the early 70s, Cobb County zones at R20. In the early 70s, the gas station's built. The gas station operates continuously until the gas tanks are removed in the mid-90s, and then it's converted to this hair salon. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that there's a difference between the zoning category and a tax category, and that it has always been zoned R20.
So even, and I hate to interject, but even, first of all, do we have this?
We can get it to you. And hopefully it looks like I remember it looking instead of it the way it looked up there.
Okay.
You said what?
I'm sorry? Okay.
Let her finish.
You want to- Councilman, can you finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Presentation, and then please proceed, Ms. Carver.
I can finish? Okay, sorry. I was going back to the timeline. Non-conforming uses taxes. The other question that came up in some of the earlier hearings was that of a deed restriction. We did review the deeds, and there are some deed comments or deed restrictions that were listed that may impact the use of the property. And so what I've done is identified them here. And one of them lists that the property cannot be used for a gas station for a period of 25 years. The deed was recorded in 2003, so that 25-year period would be in 2028. The deed does state that the premises shall be restricted solely to industrial and commercial use. It doesn't specifically have a time frame in the deed, but state law does limit deed restrictions to a period of 20 years. So the 20 years from that 2003 deed has already passed. Additionally, there is a section of the deed that discusses how conflicts should be addressed as far as if there's conflicting areas, you have to go with the intent, but also zoning does overstate any kind of deed restriction because zoning is the stronger of the two. So the purpose of this presentation here is just to give you that additional information on the timeline, give you the additional information on the tax class, and the information on the deed restrictions. I will just go through really pretty quickly just a reminder of where we stood on the zoning map. The starred property there, 6671, is the zoning map. That light yellow color is R20, which is the majority of that area. So you can see that the zoning along that side of the road is all residential with some spots of general commercial or NRC, mostly across the street. The future land use map is similar to the zoning map in this area, where that yellow color is medium density residential, with some little small pockets of commercial, mostly on the other side of the street with neighborhood activity center and public institutional. This map shows the zoning history of the area. Those little blue squares show different zoning cases. You can see there's not a zoning case here on this property where the star is located because this property has not been rezoned. The property has not been rezoned by the city of Mableton and was not rezoned by Cobb County. It's just carrying that original zoning classification that was established in the early 1970s. This is an additional information to talk about in our city. When it was in Cobb County, we did adopt Mableton Parkway design standards. We adopted these design standards on Mableton Parkway as well as on Veterans Memorial. And the purpose of these standards was to say, and you can see there on the top, that those corridors are important to the city and that the retail on those areas has been declining and there needs to be work to improve design along those areas. The white circles that you see there, the smaller circles, are the village centers where you might see some more commercial development. And I've marked with a star the location of this site to show that it's not in one of those village areas, it's in one of those in-between areas, further showing the need for it to be residential to be consistent with the plans. And then just because there was some conversation about what all structures we're talking about on this site, I wanted to share this slide to show that there's the main building. There is an accessory metal canopy that's there on the bottom of the screen. There is a billboard on top of the gas canopy, and then there is the gas station canopy, which is no longer being used as a gas station canopy, but that's what it appears because that's what it was originally constructed as. And then to summarize what staff's recommendation is for that main building, which you see there up on the top, that's the building that was constructed around 1975. We don't have a permit on file, but it's assumed that it was permitted, but we don't have that because it's just older because of the age of the structure. That L super sign was not permitted. That one has been installed maybe with that newer tenant who had signed their lease or attempted to have a lease. The recommendation, based on staff's recommendation and the Planning Commission, is to allow this building to continue use under a temporary land use permit with stipulations. The gas station canopy, which you see here in the front of the building, again, that's estimated to be constructed around 1975. We don't have a permit on file, but that may be because of the age. And staff's recommendation is that structure, that gas station canopy, to be removed within 2 years of a temporary land use approval. The metal accessory structure, that's this one here on the bottom of the screen. I recall there was some conversation about this structure. This one, I don't know when it was constructed because we don't have record of any permit. Looking through the aerial imagery, it was sometime before 2008. Staff's recommendation for this structure is for it to be removed within 6 months of a temporary land use approval. And then lastly, the billboard, which is located on top of the gas station canopy. Again, no record of any type of permit or allowance for this type of signage. It was installed sometime before 2008. And staff's recommendation, along with Planning Commission's recommendation, is to remove this within 6 months of approval. And then just to highlight those Mableton Parkway design standards, that plan had identified recommended types of signage, not wanting to see large oversized signs, not wanting to have pole type signs, and you can see the recommended signage on your left. And so staff's recommendation for approval of that billboard is to bring this property closer into compliance with those design standards. Again, there's some regulations regarding site design in those design guidelines. Removal of that canopy would also be in line with those design guidelines. Additionally, just a note, Cobb County, when they did review this for a rezoning application, they provided 14 stipulations for the site, talking about curb and gutter, turn lanes, other type of things that would be required to bring this site to be a fully compliant commercial location. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through our recommendation because we did that last time, but I did want to say that staff's recommendation is for denial of the rezoning, but for approval of a temporary land use permit with stipulations. And then the reasoning for that temporary land use permit is to allow the commercial use to continue on the property because that's what they've intended to do, and this would allow them time to do that. But it's also allowing the city to bring that property closer into conformity with what the city has envisioned for Mableton Parkway, as well as what Cobb County had envisioned when they adopted those standards. So the future land use would be good for 2 years. We would have the canopy taken down. By that 2-year mark, we'd have the smaller metal canopy and the billboard removed in that 6-month period. And this also allows the city to continue with its comprehensive plan update so that we can see what we want that future for Mableton Parkway to look like. The city may decide in the future it needs to be commercial, and maybe a future temporary land use permit could be approved as a rezoning versus a temporary land use permit. But in 2 or 4 years, through our planning efforts, the city may decide they want to see something different there. And this would allow the city to check in on it every 2 years until that final decision is made. And again, this is just what temporary land uses allow. It does say, though, that we're allowed to have temporary land use if we feel that that use is consistent with the area, but the code does say that it's limited to 24 months except on reapplication, re-advertisement, and public hearing. And then we've gone through the recommendations, and I can answer any questions you have on those. Planning Commission did agree with staff's recommendations, but they did add 2 additional stipulations regarding prohibited uses. There would not be used tire shops, automotive-related businesses, auto emission stations, CBD, tobacco or vaping products, gambling-related merchandise, vehicle repair facilities, and vehicle sales, and then also a prohibition on overnight parking, and then making sure a dumpster on the property would be compliant. We did receive some public feedback on the use regarding restriction of uses, and those are included in this Planning Commission motion. So in summary, I do believe that the applicant is agreeable to most of the conditions, if not all of the conditions in this application, or they were at one point. But the big point of difference is the rezoning versus a temporary land use permit. Staff is recommending a temporary land use permit so that it can be reapplied for in 2 years, and we can check the progress and be moving towards the goals of the city.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. Can you distinguish between a temporary land use permit versus utilizing a special land use permit? The temporary goes up to 2 years, but the special allows for 4 years. So why wouldn't that be a viable option as opposed to going to a temporary land use?
So the special land use permit is specific in our ordinance with specific uses. So you can't have a special land use for anything that's anything. So you have to look at the chart and say you're looking at neighborhood retail commercial. The chart will call out maybe a car wash. That might be a bad example, but maybe a car wash is allowed with a special land use permit, but it's called out in the chart as an option. The code gives you flexibility on the temporary land use to say that the overall use is compatible, but when you're talking about a special land use permit, it has to be a specifically allowed use under that special land use. Does that make sense? It's a line in the chart. Like, it tells you what type of special land use permits you can apply for.
But provisions can be made to that chart, right?
yes, they can, but they would apply throughout the city. So say you did, and it will be your your decision to make a policy decision on the ordinance, but say you did want to say temporary land use permits can be up to 4 years. That means every permit application you get going forward, whether it be, dog daycare or a continuation of a use, you have the opportunity to give them that 4 years, where Cobb County has always limited that to 2 years. And part of the reason why you might want to limit your temporary land use permits to 2 years is because it gives you that check-in. 2 years is more temporary than 4 years, but you could amend the code to say 4 years, but it would be for every application going forward.
I guess the operative word would be up to, so we would make a decision as to whether or not we would want to offer up the max on any future cases. That would be up to the governing body to decide that.
Yes.
And does that include updating what those categories are in the SLUP? Because if I understood you correctly, there are some categories that are available in the temporary land use that might not be available in the SLUP.
Yes, except it goes citywide. So temporary land use, because it's temporary, is something that you believe is compatible in use. When you're looking at a SLUP, you would have to list it out. So that would mean that if we wanted to say that you can have a retail store in R20, it would apply to every house or every place located in R20. They would have the opportunity to apply to go before you. And yes, you could receive an application and you could say no, but that means you're going to get a lot of applications and you're going to have to figure out what your parameters of why you're saying no to one and not no to another, if that makes sense.
Total sense.
I mean, obviously, there are extenuating circumstances in this case, right? So this case has been zoned R20 for 30 years or more and operating commercially. So from that instance, we're able to make, obviously, a decision around that because it's extenuating. So I guess that would be the argument that we will utilize to substantiate our decision.
So the SLUP would run with the property, and it won't necessarily have those check-in periods. So if you were okay with it always being a gas station, and if you're ready to make that decision that this can always be a gas station structure with whatever on it going forward, and you never want to see it redeveloped in any other way, then you could do that. You could approve the rezoning with stipulations if you wanted to.
And
I mean, it's pretty premature, I
taking
think.
out the ability for them to use it as a gas station. Is that correct?
Right, they're not using it as a gas station.
I guess what I'm saying is it's premature now to talk about future land use because right now we're basing it off of Cobb County's comp plan, correct? So we haven't had an opportunity to finalize our current comp plan to be able to even discuss any future land use. So as an interim solution, we could consider possibly making provisions to temporary land use up to 4 years. We could do that as an option. Or utilize a special land if we're allowed to be able to do that.
Mr. Mayor.
I just want to make one correction for the record. Like, we are using our zoning plan, which is based on Cobb's, but yes, we have adopted a local City of Mableton plan that we
Right,
have.
but based off of Cobb, so I guess what I'm saying is that our comp plan that we're currently utilizing Grice Consulting isn't finalized yet.
Mableton 2045.
Right, and that is the comp plan that we'll be utilizing to be able to discuss future land use, right?
That is correct, but we have in the interim adopted a Mableton plan that we do have that does have future land use plans in it, but it may not be congruent with what we'll have in Mableton 2045. You are correct with that.
I guess what I'm saying is to distinguish between Cobb County and the City of Mableton, there's not many differences between what Cobb County comp plan is and what we've adopted as a city currently. Correct?
That is largely correct, yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I think it's just worth saying that obviously staff presents information, the research that they have for your knowledge, but obviously, I know I'm restating the obvious, but there is, again, as Ms. Garver stated, the governing body has that final decision. I think her purpose is definitely not to guide you all in a decision, but her purpose is to give you information for you all to be more informed when you do make a decision.
Thank you. Councilwoman, the floor is yours again.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate all of the work that you've done to provide us with the background information. Mr. Hughes and yourself, and as well as the Planning Commission. So we do appreciate your recommendations. I do understand, obviously, there's some extenuating personal circumstances. That's not all we have to consider in making the decision. We have to look at what's going to be in the best interest of the city as well. What I would like to potentially do after having, seek legal advice, I would like to possibly consider doing a text amendment that would allow for us to extend that time frame up to 4 years for the applicant.
Bless you. That's definitely something that we need to talk through. One question I have, in what you said, I believe, is to allow the commercial use for the length of the temporary land use permit and so now does that give them the business the opportunity to get the business licenses that are necessary, get the utilities cut on that are necessary, and all sort of thing, and the things that they've been stopped from doing up to this point?
Yes. So depending on the new applicant, so say the hair salon wanted to come in to do a business, they would be able to just apply for their business license and get their business license as soon as this temporary land use was approved. Then that clock would start for them to, after it's approved, they have 6 months to do those, get rid of that metal canopy, things like that. But they would be able to operate that whole time. If it's a whole new business, they do have to go through that permitting process to update the certificate of occupancy. But once the temporary land use approval is approved, then they would be free to do those things. So
is it a viable thought that some of these other stipulations are going to take longer than that 6-month period that you're allowing? Because yes. I'm reading things like we need a site plan, we need lighting control, we need 25-foot undisturbed vegetative buffer, like several different things. Plus, if I'm thinking about this just from my engineering brain, if you've got some place that used to have gas in the ground, are we going to not have to get EPA coming out to check to make sure that that's not an issue any longer when they go and move this canopy out of the way? Like, my concern is that we're putting a date on them of 6 months away, and we don't necessarily know what it is that needs to happen in order for them to comply with the things that you've put in the stipulations.
So looking at the screen here, the only things that have timelines are the ones relating to the buildings. As far as...
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is you're saying the ones that are related to the buildings, but if that canopy ever had lights on it, the lights probably came from the building. So the building is connected to the canopy, which is also then connected to anything that might be in the ground, because I still see the lines where the gas pumps used to be 75 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever it is. Yeah, I'm 50. Yeah, 50 years ago. So like I still see where that is, so we don't know what's in the ground at present.
Right, but this one is at the 2-year mark, which also lines up to your renewal. So this one, say that there was some type of issue, or if you did a 2-year renewal, if there was something with this one, because it is more difficult, it lines right up with your 2-year mark, so you would be able to discuss it. The other ones are this metal canopy and the billboard, which is a 6-month provision, and you could extend that out. But from staff's perspective, that metal canopy and that billboard shouldn't have a lot of difficulty in removing. You could, or staff could, include a stipulation that says if there is some type of hardship or something that can be considered to extend those timelines, we can do that. I've also seen where you say community development director has the authority to extend, any of these deadlines by 6 months or a year. So that could be something that's worked in. But the intention here is to allow them to operate. Like the site plan revision stipulation is really talking about if they were going to make any changes. So if they were to move in as is, there's not a lot that they need to do. They need to maintain the property. We didn't put a deadline on that landscape strip. We probably should or could. And that could say, within 6 months or whatever timeframe is reasonable for landscaping. But a lot of those stipulations are just general upkeep. They're not necessarily triggered if they're not going to do work. If they're just going to move in, they can move in as is.
Okay. So let me ask the question this way, because I've got this feeling that we are creating a problem that maybe was never a problem, and we're putting undue pressure for timelines and everything else on the applicant where this has never really been an issue. And just because we became a city, it's now all of a sudden an issue. I don't agree with that. And the fact that the timeline that you presented, and I hate the fact that I wasn't able to see the timeline before tonight, but the timeline that you presented talks through the time that we were in transition. And we're gonna say that because when things were transitioning, they were unable to possibly renew their business license or do one thing or the other, then we're going to say, we're going to force you into this category of the nonconformity category. And I guess that's why I'm trying to figure out how we make provisions for.
Let me answer that for you. Go ahead, continue your question. I just want to answer it for. Yes, sir, continue.
I mean, if you know what I'm gonna say, go ahead.
This council approved an extension during transition. I think you gave a couple warnings that you did the extension without penalty to renew your business license. And when that expired, that's something that this governing body, I think you did it twice, one time, three times. I want to be careful because you're making some statements that may not have all the facts laid out, and you have to be careful, especially as a council, putting that information out, that when you say we are doing, there's no we are doing. This is a staff member presenting information to a council. The we is this council that you're talking about, and that may not be what all of y'all are saying. So I would just say be careful when you're presenting information that looks like we're trying to do something that you may not have all the information. For example, you all did approve the extension, granted the extension, and then it was my understanding that this council wanted to see the city have a better appearance and that there were going to be changes in some of the zoning to make sure people can beautify the city. And so staff is only going by what the council approves. So I want to make sure it's not presented that this is something staff is obviously doing.
And I'm in no way, shape, form, or fashion am I saying that staff is trying to be negligent against our citizens, not one iota. So please don't think that. I'm thinking that the city as a whole, that's us. That's y'all. That's y'all. When we think about, the laws and things that we put in place and and those resolutions, those ordinances, those things that we put in place, we have the ability to make changes as we see fit. And that's pretty much why I got elected, was to be able to make changes to these sort of things as we saw fit. So to say that all of these stipulations that were put in there by the Planning Commission, that were put in there by, the buck stops here. Unfortunately, nobody knows Tina Garver's name. They know TJ Ferguson's name, but they don't know. And so the buck stops here. So I guess I want to be clear that everybody understands. I need to take this back. I would like to definitely defer this to a later meeting because I want to read the timeline that you created and all that information that was created so that we have a better understanding, because the legalities that we have right now, I don't want to put us into a bad position as a city. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to say, Mayor, I guess I'm going to keep talking.
Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, and there's a great quote that I heard the other day, and it said, let's not allow our fears to overcome our obedience. And our obedience is to the citizens of this city. And in that vein, I would like to recommend that we push this to the April.
Yeah.
So Councilman Ferguson, let me say that
Yeah.
this is not for a vote tonight. This is, and I will, specifically this says for council questions and for discussion, the opportunity for Director Hughes and for the Deputy Director to give a comprehensive history and have an opportunity to ask those questions, to have this discussion, but the actual vote for this will be April 8th. That was already determined, so there's no
Yes.
vote for tonight.
I wasn't actually,
Well, I
I
don't
was
think we
saying further
voted
out
on
than
that
April
yet,
8th was my
Mayor.
request.
So
I don't think we voted for April. I think everyone's
we haven't
agreed.
voted yet.
And
Yeah,
that,
but
that
we
was
would
what
need
I
to
was
vote.
going to say. My request was
I think we've already
further out than
recommended that,
April
though.
8th.
Okay,
I was trying to ask for 30 days.
That's already been,
30 days
Yeah,
from,
just to make a motion
from
to
today.
defer
Right,
this item
so
to
April
8th.
22nd, I believe,
So
would be that
you
meeting.
want to go
Okay.
further than April 8th?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd just like to say for the time that we have, if we can work as a council to come up with a definitive plan to help this resident of Mableton so that we actually have an answer, because I know we're trying to work it out, but this is, we're continuing. In the meantime, they have decisions that they need to make and things that they need to do. So if we could work during this time to actually come up with a solution, with our community, with our directors and everything, so that we can come up with a decision that will assist them and to make things easier for them, all the while trying to stay within, the things that we need as a city, so.
yes, I mean, I think, to piggyback off of what you're saying, I think that's the overall intent, right? Is all of us, I know I have had an opportunity to do my due diligence with having to talk with our community development team, as well as Cobb County, and just doing the necessary research that we need to do, because, I do sympathize with the applicant, and but I also understand that we need to make decisions that's going to be in the best interest of both the constituent as well as the city, so.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes, Mayor and Councilwoman, I did have the opportunity to speak with the attorney for the applicant. Her office, she reached out to me this morning. Oh, there she is. Yeah, and I did, during that phone conversation, I did commit to her that I would, unless staff gave a glaring reason otherwise, that I would commit to recommending deferral to April 8th so that my office, community development, and her office and the applicant would have the opportunity to try to come to something as close as possible to what staff would recommend. And I also spoke to Michael about that, and he said that he was fully in agreement with that as well.
Okay.
I don't think anyone wants any unnecessary delay. We just want to get it right. And I think that's true from the applicant, from the staff, the planning commission, and this governing body. So I think that's how we're going to proceed. Matt, okay.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this.
You might.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this zoning application until April 8th.
I second.
Council? Yep, got you.
I simply don't believe that March 25th, March 25th? What month is this? February.
February.
Okay,
Well,
February
that's why
25th.
you asked for 30 days. This is
Yeah.
a little more
All
than
right.
30 days.
All right, thank you. Why did I think this was March?
I don't know.
Anything else? No? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion made by Councilwoman Jeffco, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please note that we will hear this again on April 8th.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you for that. With that being said, we are going to proceed now. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Ms. Garver, thank you for the detailed presentation. We appreciate it. Council, item 11B, this is our second read of a code of ordinance authorizing interim appointments to the boards, commissions, and authorities and for other purposes. Again, this is a second read, so we'll be voting on this tonight. Madam Attorney, same question I always ask. Is there
No
been
change,
any-
Mayor.
Say again?
No change.
No changes. Thank you, ma'am. All right. With that being said, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this ordinance.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance as written.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Davis. Any discussion, council? Hearing no discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of motion made by Councilwoman Jeffco, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. No opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We now move to item 12A, which is 12A. I'm going to pause for a moment. We've got a lot of people from the hearings, I think, that are leaving. Ms. Garver, did you have anything? It is, yes, that is the next thing. You're exactly right.
Mayor, we have the break at 12. Is that what we decided?
No, there are people leaving. We're just giving, a lot of people were exiting, so we just want to make sure that.
No, never mind.
All right, Ms. Garver, item 12A is a resolution establishing the excise tax rate for alcohol wholesalers and dealers. Floor is yours, ma'am.
All right. Technology is not my friend today, but that'll be all right. This next item is the establishment of an excise tax for wholesale dealers and alcohol wholesale dealers in the city. Our alcohol ordinance does establish this excise tax or allows the city to collect it, but it references a fee schedule that's on file with the city clerk, and that fee schedule hasn't yet been established. So this resolution is setting the rates for the excise tax for wholesale and dealers of alcohol within the city limits. The fees that are shown here on your screen are the limits that are allowed by state law, and also the ones that the jurisdictions in the area also charge. So this is an excise tax on malt beverages, wines, and liquor. For any wholesale or alcohol dealer that's delivering alcohol to a retailer in the city would pay these fees to the city. Does anyone have any questions about this one? You have the fees there. It's $6 on each container for beer, then 22 cents per liter for wine and for spirits.
Just a quick question. I didn't understand why in the first section it has the whereas and it says shall not exceed 22 cents per liter of distilled spirits, blah, 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 blah. And then in the actual proposed local tax, like how does that convert the $6 on each container?
The 22 cents is related to wines and spirits.
So do we need to call out the differences in the top?
He has a question about one of the whereas clauses. We can clean that up if it's a typo or something that needs to be clarified, but the state law has different limits based on the type of alcohol, and we were trying to address those.
And Councilman, which whereas is that?
So it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6 and 7 specifically talk to the 22 cents per liter, but doesn't make reference, yeah, there's one that's not highlighted. but doesn't make reference to the container one, the $6 container.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine if it doesn't make reference, just because the whereas is kind of just context and surplusage. And the only thing that you would be legislating would be where it starts at section 1, which would be the now therefore. So my assumption is that, Tina, is that the reason that, because I mean, ideally you wouldn't, there's only so much you can put within whereas clauses without just repeating the entire thing that you're legislating. So I don't see any issue with not having that in there. If you do want to adopt it with that reference, add it to the whereas, I can easily make that modification, but I don't see any reason as to why it would impact what you are approving in any capacity if you don't add that to the whereas.
And some of those sections were pulled from state law, and I believe the malt beverage section of the state law was separate than the other one, so that may have been why it wasn't specifically included.
Okay, maybe that's what it is, because the others are wine and alcohol, but then this malt beverage one is the one I have questions about.
Any other questions, Councilman? Ms. Garber, does that conclude your?
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Council, any other questions for Ms. Garber before she goes? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the resolution establishing this excise tax for alcohol wholesalers and dealers.
I move to establish the excise tax rate for alcohol wholesalers and dealers.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Motion been made and properly seconded. Any other discussion on this, council? Hearing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor of a motion made by Councilwoman Herndon, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. There's no opposition. The ayes have it. Thank you, council. We'll move forward now to item 12B. Item 12B is an amendment of a lease agreement between Vachelle Hawthorne and the city of Mableton for Suite 30, and that's 1245 Mableton, 1245 Veterans Memorial Highway. That's Hawthorne Plaza, where our current administrative office is, and Suite 30 is will be the location for our municipal court. Madam Attorney, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Mayor, so this one's fairly simple. The request is just to authorize the mayor to extend the lease to give the city up to 5 additional annual options to stay at the facility. So it wouldn't mandate that you stay for that time, but it would just extend the time that you have to lease the building within your discretion. And of course, this is because of the improvements and upgrades that are in tow to be made for this facility.
So I was going to say, thank you, Madam Attorney. Council, one of the things that you asked was, as we move forward and make significant investments into Hawthorne Plaza, to where our court will be and to where our administrative office is that we have a certain level of protections in our investment, if you will, right? That there's a timeline that we are allowed to stay. I think it's currently 3 years, is that?
That's correct.
Correct? And this will allow me to move forward and extend that to 5 years. Again, granting a bit more protection to the investments that we are making into the community and into that specific development. So at this point in time, I would like to go ahead and ask for a motion to allow the mayor to be able to move forward to make an amendment to this lease agreement.
Quick, administrative question.
Before your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see anything that's verbiage that says what we're actually doing with this, and the agenda item memorandum doesn't say anything except this is placeholder. This lease is supposed to be in legal review with attorney.
So if you approve this tonight, Councilman, we would finalize the addendum with your authorization tonight, and the mayor would execute. So it would be authorizing him to facilitate, finalize, and execute the addendum extending the lease for up to 5 years.
Yeah, and I guess generally when we do this, it's in the agenda packet that says this is what this is asking for, but it's not this time, I guess is where I'm coming from.
So we do have, so initially we were going to discuss this in executive session because it does involve an interest in real estate. And for that reason, we would, during executive session, allow you to review it and then approve it post-executive session. But we did put this on the agenda, and I didn't want to, when I realized that it was on the agenda and versus an executive session, that was just an oversight of mine. I didn't realize, because I think because it's non-controversial, we didn't need to put it as an executive session topic. So when I realized that, I didn't want to add it at the last minute. So I just didn't add it at the last minute because it is relatively simple, and it's just an addendum where the mayor would be extending the lease for up to 5 years.
Councilman Ferguson, would you feel more comfortable making this after executive session?
I would.
Okay.
I think that's a fair ask.
Okay.
Okay.
So can I just make a motion to defer?
Well, you don't need to because it does involve real estate. You can, when you come out of executive session, you would have the ability to make that motion.
But do we need to make an action on 12B?
No, you do not have
moment?
to take action on this.
Okay.
All right, with that said, council, we're going to move forward to item 12C. Item 12C is the second read of the Mableton Crown Act. We had our first read on this already. This was an item that was brought forward. Specifically, the ordinance says to prohibit discrimination based on protective and cultural hair textures and hairstyles and for other lawful purposes. This is something, again, that we've already had the first read on this. There was, I think between the first read and the second read, the Mary Daily Journal did cover this and spoke to the importance of why this ordinance is here in Mableton. It's not the first one in the state, but it's definitely one that Councilwoman Jeffcoat asked to bring forward specifically in Black History Month. So I think that's it's quite telling of the importance of this ordinance. At this point in time, Council, I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this ordinance known as the Mableton Crown Act.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance known as the Mableton Crown Act, creating Article 3 Crown Act of a new Chapter 15, General Offenses of the City Code of Ordinance to prohibit discrimination based on protective and cultural hair textures and hairstyles and for other lawful purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any further discussion, Council? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion made by Councilwoman Jeffcoat, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. In no opposition, the ayes have it. Mableton Crown Act is now law. Thank you. All right, Council, this takes us to the end of the business that we have as relates to the agenda. At this point in time, Mr. Manager, I'd like to ask, do you have any announcements or comments this evening?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to let the city know, congratulate them that we've had our first court session has been carried out. Yes, February, I think it was February 19th, virtual court. So there's been a grind there. Court Administrator Ms. Mallory Minor and working with our judge and solicitor and our code enforcement team, we have in process now a functioning court that will help out with some of the concerns expressed by this council back in October. And then secondly, I will be on a much needed weekend vacation, going to Jamaica for a wedding. I'm gonna try to forget this place. I have a feeling I won't. But Mr. Michael Hughes, if no one can reach me for whatever reason, Michael Hughes, I've asked him to make sure he monitors the city on my behalf.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, any comments? Thank you, ma'am. Madam Attorney?
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Davis?
Again, thanks for everyone being here tonight. Since we are coming to the end of Black History Month, I just wanted to say that Black history is important because it is a part of American history. And being born in Mississippi and raised up in Mississippi, I saw a lot of Black history as a little kid. So, but it is a part of American history, and it's part of what makes this nation great. The only other thing I want to say is everybody be careful out there. I just got some pretty bad news about a friend of mine, so just be careful. Tell the people that you love that you do love them, because we only get one crack at this thing called life, and we should live it to the fullest. So with that being said, have a wonderful day, wonderful week, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I do want to address something that's been said earlier regarding this council somehow impeding progress or intentionally delaying a resolution as it relates to service delivery strategy. That characterization is just simply not accurate. The service delivery strategy for me is critically important. I can't say that enough. We have worked diligently to protect the integrity of that process and the quality of the outcomes that it produces. And philosophically, we are fully aligned in wanting the best possible resolution for our residents. However, it is equally important that our decisions are thoughtful, that they are thorough and complete and not rushed, half developed, or reactionary. I received the proposed resolution only a few hours prior to our last meeting, and while I appreciate the effort, the document for me was incomplete and required further refinement and analysis. And given the magnitude and the long-term impact of service delivery strategy, it will be irresponsible for me, this council, to advance a resolution that has not been fully vetted. Now, we are actively working through multiple strategic pathways to ensure that our approach is sound, that it's sustainable, and that it's going to be in the best interest of our community. And I cannot overstate the importance of strategic planning in this process. Decisions we make are hard, right? And everything that we make today will shape the future of our city for decades. And that responsibility for me demands care, it demands diligence, and it demands collaboration. So our goal is not to delay. Our goal is that we need to do it the right way. And we need to consider all of our options, and that is what we are doing as a council. Power schools, I'm really excited. You have to stand. This is so important. I'm just beyond excited. Like, this is a millennial. Like, you've given us faith. But I'm excited about just everything that China is doing for Power Public Schools, and the fact that it was approved 2 weeks ago. I've seen the hard work that she's put in, and I'm just immensely proud that this is just historic for South Cobb and our community. As a founding advisory board member, it's just been an honor to witness firsthand just her passion and her perseverance and just commitment to bringing her vision to life. So I'm just really proud of you, China. I know that the best is yet to come. Introducing AI, I mean, technology to our children is great. And so immensely proud, and we're just getting started. So thank you so much. This past Saturday, we had an opportunity to celebrate Arbor Day, and not even the weather could stop us. We were out there, Councilman Ferguson, Councilwoman Herndon, myself, and Councilwoman Brown. And despite the rain, we were able to plant a willow oak. I do want to thank SWB Director Emily Ryan, who has done so much work as it relates to sustainability. And, you know, just remember that tree that we planted is going to be here long after we are gone. And there's a saying that the seed that is planted will grow a tree that one day will provide the shade for generations. And I think that is vitally important and particularly poignant in this particular instance. So I was happy to be out there on Saturday. One of our constituents mentioned a blood drive that's going on at the Mableton Lodge, which is 90 Veterans Memorial Highway. So if you have an opportunity on Friday to go out and to give blood, be a hero, go out, save a life, give blood. As he mentioned, you'll get a $20 e-card for donors as well as those who donate sickle cell. So thank you. Dogs R Us is a business that is in the city of Mableton, and they will be hosting a town hall meeting on Saturday. Let me make sure I know the date that it's going to be at 6 p.m. So it's going to be at 6116 Mableton Parkway Southwest. You'll get an opportunity to meet the business owner, learn more about what his upcoming operations are, and be able to share any questions or concerns that you may have. So certainly this is in District 4, but if you have an opportunity to go, please make sure you attend that town hall meeting. You can also, that's the flyer, their number is 470-390-0450, or you can visit dogwetrust.com website. I don't know what happened to this slide, but there are SPLOS town halls that are continuing. There's one actually going on, well, it was going on about an hour or so ago at Smyrna Community Center. There are going to be 2 more additional SPLOS engagement meetings. One will be on March 5th at the Cobb Civic Center, and the other will be on March 10th at Kennesaw Ben Robertson, I think that's what that says. So please make sure you attend those. Obviously your feedback is vitally important to not just Cobb County, but also the city of Mableton. So we'll have a table set out there, so make sure you at least attend one of the SPLOS engagement meetings. If you haven't already subscribed to my newsletter, we all have newsletters, so please make sure you subscribe to the newsletters. There's a lot of great information in those newsletters, to include our committees, authorities, and boards that the mayor mentioned earlier. But please make sure that you are in the know with what's going on, not just in my district, but what's happening in the city. The mayor also has a newsletter as well. Our next work session will be March 9th and March 11th. So as you all may know, we lost a significant pillar in the civil rights leader, Jesse Jackson. He transitioned last week. I believe he'll be in state at the South Carolina, I can't remember, what is it? Capitol, thank you. At the South Carolina Capitol. So if you have a chance and an opportunity to go to South Carolina, you know, obviously he was responsible for the Rainbow Push Coalition, a political activist. Some may say polarizing, but definitely a champion for us. He said a quote that says, "Never look down on someone," and that's supposed to be unless you are helping them up. So that's important. And that's all I have. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Ferguson, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, all. Thanks for being here. I can honestly say that this has been one of those just really, truly trying last couple weeks, just because of cases like what you heard this evening and the things that this council needs to be responsible for doing. It seems always that I shouldn't be looking for any sort of praise whatsoever, but I'm a person that loves affirmation. And it hurts at times to hear people try to say that we're not here looking out for the best interest of the citizens. It is very disheartening to hear and see those things and to see people try to do that, because at the end of the day, the statement rings so true that hate can't drive out hate. Only love can do so. I love the fact that the one reason why I ran for office, one of the main reasons I ran for office, was so that my daughter, as she gets ready to leave Mableton to go to school or whatever she's going to do, she has a place that she can come back home to. And we have proof with this new school that's here, somebody that went out there, got that education, brought it back home. And I look forward to more and more people doing that. In saying that, that tells you how difficult it is for me to make some of the decisions that we have to make. And you all it might get on your nerves, some of the questions that I ask. Well, you got me for the next 2 years to get on your nerves with these questions, because I'm going to continue to ask the questions to make sure that I understand what it is that we're doing. I'm never up here trying to say, I've said on numerous occasions, I love all of the hirings and firings that this city has done. All of them have been perfect. And I look forward to the next couple years as we continue to build this city. We've got a lot of work to do. We've got some great people in place, both on your council and for these directors, for these managers, for all the people that call the city of Mableton their workspace. Respect them, because they have a very hard job. It is not easy sitting up here talking about zoning cases and SPLOS, what should the SPLOS schedule look like, all the ideas of Councilwoman Jeffcoat beat it into my head the other day. Not fast, but right. Everything might not move at the pace that you would like to see it move, but trust and believe it's going to move at the pace that the good Lord wants it to move at, to make sure that it gets done correctly. And I'm not one that's going to sit up here and rush him, because every time I try to rush him and say, this is my plan, he sits up there and laughs at me. So I'm not going to get laughed at today. There was this whole idea of men's mental health that I brought up last year. Well, I want you all to know that we are continuing to have sessions where men can come together. We've got a fireside chat that's going to happen. It was supposed to happen at last week or something like that, but we moved it out to March 12th. I want you all to attend. I want you to attend because you've heard me say this, and I'm going to continue to say this. Men can't do life without men that they can trust, that they can be around. Ladies, get your man to this event. It's not for you. This one's not for you, but it's for your man. It's for your brother. It's for your nephew. It's for your uncle. It's for your cousin that needs to know that there's a community of men out there in this city that care about their well-being. So it's going to be March 12th, and I can't see that to save my life, but 6:30 to 8, and it'll go until we get done. It's right off of Fontaine. It's right here in the city. A very good friend of mine made this comment that will just continue, and it's at his home. But he said, you know what? My house was not built for me. My house was built for the people of Mableton to be able to come and have a place. It was built for men to be able to have a place to go, to be able to speak with other men and to do the things that God would have us to do. So again, I said it earlier, let's not allow our fears to overcome our obedience. And that's in everything that you do in life. Do not allow your fears to overcome the obedience that you know that you have. So with that, thank you. Drive safely, be as warm as possible, and we will continue to see you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Herndon.
All right. Oh, yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Those of you who are in the audience, and I'd like to give an update on who's online. We had a high number of 14 today, but it has dwindled down to about 10. But numbers are getting good. So we thank those people who have logged in online to be present with this meeting. I also want to congratulate my appointee, Mr. Monzir Akvi, for accepting a position on the Planning Commission. Thank you so much. He has been so enthusiastic, often gives me ideas and everything that he has for Mableton, and it's so refreshing to have District 6 members who are really for the city and want to see it grow and thrive. So thank you very much for your volunteerism. And my one and only announcement is the East-West Connector needs a little community love. I've been watching the litter kind of growing along the sides, and I think it's time to address it. And while our commissioner, Monique Sheffield, does a great job when it's her time, which I don't know if it's in March or April, I think, we kind of need to do a little something now. So this coming weekend, I'll be working with our beloved Barry Krebs and Jeff Padgett and whomever else to clean up East-West Connector a little bit. And even though it's District 6, some of you still travel down East-West Connector, so you are welcome to come and help out. We'll be meeting at the Quick Trip at 9 o'clock, and we will finish when we're finished. You can volunteer whatever amount of time that you can. So I welcome you to come, and that is it for me. Everyone have a safe ride home, and have a great rest of your week.
Thank you, ma'am. So, council members, staff, and those of our constituency that are with us this evening, I only have a few things I want to get in. A lot's been said this evening, but I want to always focus on making sure that we are getting the most accurate information we can get out to our constituents about what's going on. A lot of times things can be confusing. A lot of new things pop up sometimes, and we realize that as a new city, things that have gone on with the county or happened may be different now that we're a city. But there are three things specifically I want to talk about. The first one is the Austell gas issue. It's challenging in a time where people are already struggling with bills and the rising costs. And when anyone gets a gas bill that's twice or three times as much as what they're normally getting, first of all, it's a shock. It's a sticker shock, right? And second of all, you wonder, how could this happen? My role in this and as a city is to make sure that we look out for our residents, that we understand challenges and issues they have, and step in and do things when we can and where we can and how we can. But I want to make, my goal is to make sure that we got accurate information out. And I think there's a lot of misconception because, first of all, it's called Austell Natural Gas, but they operate partially in Mableton, and people don't quite understand that. Secondly, it is Austell Natural Gas is a municipal gas entity, which is quite different than a lot of the private gas companies that are out there. A lot of you say, hey, how come I can't just change my gas provider? And, why is this fair or not fair? And so I spent a lot of time over the last couple of days trying to make sure we got factual information out, because a lot of people aren't really sure about what's happening and what's going on with that. I'll be very transparent too. On the other side is Austell Natural Gas is also owned by the city of Austell, which means that is another city, and quite frankly, it's their operation and how they do business. Whereas as mayor of this city, I'm not trying to tell them how to do business in their city. But because they have customers, which are our constituents, I do feel it places us in the middle of that situation a bit. So I have reached out and did have reached out to Mayor Ali Clemens, and we will be having discussions specifically about not necessarily their business and how they handle their business, but about some transparency around notifications and ensuring that as changes happen, that we are kind of notified, and if there's things that we can do and to help to get information out, that we will. But I'll say again, they do not function like many other gas companies that are out there. So I want to make sure that folks know and understand that we do pay attention to when things go on, and we do get involved, but there are certain ways that we get involved depending on what that entity is and of what we can do. There were discussions about, for some reason, that the franchise agreement that we entered into with Austell Natural Gas somehow had some impact on them doing this. And that just simply isn't true in any way, shape, form, or fashion. They decide what their rates are. And a franchise agreement does not have anything to do with what rates are made up or down, notifications, or anything of that sort. That is what we do with a franchise fee is we allow them access into our city-owned right-of-ways, and that it existed with beforehand, and it still exists now. The idea of them being able to, or residents being able to choose their provider is not a city or county decision. That is a state law tied into deregulation. And anyone is feel free to look that legislation up. And as a municipal gas provider, they are not held to the same exact parts of the law that others are. So it's important that when there's times of challenge and shock like we've had with the rates for Austell Natural Gas, it's also a time for us to pay attention to what the facts really are, and make sure that when we're complaining to the right people. Feel free to continue to reach out to my office and call me. We will do our best to tell you what the right thing is to do. I would rather that than people not be certain of what's going on and misinformation ruling the day. I also don't want anyone to think that decisions that we've made here in this council, in this body, has somehow adversely impacted someone in ways that we didn't expect. And so franchise fees are something that is normally done. 30-year franchise fees, as I'm sure our city attorney will tell you, is of the norm. So again, I want to ensure that we are getting information out, that we're being accurate, and understanding what those differences are. What I have asked is that we do have those conversations with Austell Natural Gas in the city of Austell, and that they share information with us. They share even not a customer list, but a map. We have several different providers in the city, and we want to make sure that we know who those are and where they are. I'm sure our council members want to know what customers are in what district. So we will continue to give more information about that as we have more information. Second thing I wanted to bring up was as it relates to our ongoing negotiations with the county for service delivery, more specifically our IGAs, or intergovernmental agreements. And as many of you know from the town hall that we had a couple of weeks ago, we did talk about the IGAs that had been brought forth that we all got passed. And there were several that are still outstanding. DOT, stormwater, and our police law enforcement services. And we have not been able to get to an agreement. And it's really just as simple as that. Reason for that is because we have been fighting. We believe that in order for a solution to be made, that it has to be one that's based on financial tax equity. What does that mean? That means that every single one of us pay taxes into Cobb County, into their general fund. And it's our firm belief that we should be receiving some tax equity, i.e. some credit for the amount of money that we put in to county operations. The county has not seen eye to eye on that matter. So It is largely because of that, that the numbers aren't adding up between what the county, what they charge for their service. And I want to be clear about this. An IGA, an intergovernmental agreement, says that the county can charge whatever they want to for their services. That is their prerogative. They put a price tag on it, and as a city, it is up to us to decide if we want to pay for that service. So our argument is not that the county is charging too much for a service. It is that we feel that we already pay a good bit for that service already. So because of that, we don't have an agreement right now. And the path forward for that is going to be for us to go into mediation with the county and have a mediator to determine who that mediator may be and when the mediation will be. And we will see if we cannot get closer to an agreement during mediation. But we have, and I do speak for the council right now, we have summarily agreed that unless there is tax equity, that the residents of the city has paid in, then it makes it very hard to get to an agreement. The numbers do not work. You cannot have residents, all 80,000 of us, paying taxes and getting no credit for that. We don't believe that's a pathway forward. So if people want to know what that fight has been and what we have been doing, we got a one-year agreement in place, and that was to extend out. But largely that agreement was based upon what we felt the fair value of. Not for the value, they say, what their service is, but for what the value is net of what we already put in. If the county cannot agree to that, we don't have a deal. So we're going to go to mediation. The service delivery side of that doesn't directly deal with the intergovernmental agreement. It deals with the Service Delivery Act. That is a state law. And that state law, as part of that, has a framework around how an equitable service and credit for those funds or the services that we provide and the county provide is done. It is based on understanding who provides what, and if there's a duplication of services, if there's duplication of funding, then there should be a remedy for that. And we don't, quite frankly, do not have a remedy for that yet. So the service delivery agreements have not been able to be made yet. Yes, we do know there is a deadline that is coming up, ultimately May 31st, but there is some time that needs to be done ahead of that for DCA agreement. And all I can say is we're not there. There is a democratic process that we've taken. You know, I myself or any one council member does not make that choice. We collectively decide where we are. And we've diligently been meeting with the county multiple times a week sometimes, trying to get to an agreement. And at the end of the day, I want to sit here this evening and let you know that your council members have been diligently fighting through this process and unwilling to accept anything less than what we and what you as citizens have told us directly what you think is the most equitable way to be able to move forward. So we will go into mediation. There is no date yet for that. The same DCA deadline still holds true. That's not going to change. So there's still the timeline to be able to get a deal done. As it relates to us continuing to push for what we think is right, we're going to continue to, through mediation and beyond if necessary. And that will take shape and form in many different forms. And I don't want anyone to think that because we're not always being very loud about what's transpiring, you know, it's kind of like a duck that you see in the water. Looks all calm, cool, and collective up top, but there's a lot of kicking going on under the water. Well, we've been doing a lot of kicking, right? And it's where we are now. I am not going to sugarcoat what's happening. We've been at this for quite some time, trying to get to a deal. We've been working very diligently to make sure that the voices of our constituents are brought to the negotiating table. And I'll just say that we're aware of that. We want to be able to move forward with a way that everyone can understand where numbers add up, and not only myself, our city finance director and any of you could get out a calculator and punch the numbers together and it would make sense. You know exactly what the numbers should be. And that is what we're pushing for, and that's what we'll continue to push for, whether that's frameworks that have been put out there by the Georgia Municipal Association, by ACCG. We've talked about special service districts before. We're looking for a solution that makes sense. It's as simple as that. We won't be rash, we won't be rushed, and we won't be impulsive. This is still negotiations. I have to be very clear about this. Still negotiations. There's a reason why our city attorney says sometimes we need to go to executive session. There are active negotiations. There is litigation that's potential, which means there's potential lawsuits that could be abound. If we're premature with some of the things that we're talking about, it's not because of a lack of transparency. It's not because we haven't heard you. It's because there's a diligent way in which we must move forward. So the last thing we want to do is squelch anyone's ability to be heard. We hear you. We know what options we have. We know very clearly what options we have. We also know what situations that we're in. And so when there is decisions that are made collectively, we sit up here every council meeting and we vote. That is the heart of a democratic process, to vote on things. Majority wins. That's what we do on this council. That's how we all got elected, and that's how we'll continue to move forward. Dissenting votes are dissenting votes, and that's fine. It's absolutely okay. Majority rules, and we move forward. We're going to get through this. It's not going to be easy, but your voices have been heard. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to stand up for what we know is right and what you've told us what you want. And we'll see where we land. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you all being here this evening with us. Mr. Manager, I do think we have a need to go into executive session.
That's affirmative, Mr. Mayor. I am requesting that we go into executive session for the purpose of real estate personnel litigation.
Thank you. With that, council, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to go in executive session for personnel, litigation, and real estate.
I second.
Thank you. Motion made and properly seconded. Any discussion on that matter? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of going to executive session for the reasons stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No opposition. We will move into executive session. For those of you who will not be here with us when we get out, thank you for attending. Thank you for coming, and look forward to seeing you and your family and friends at our next city council meeting. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for waiting while we were in executive session. At this point in time, I would like to.
Motion to executive session.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. There's no discussion. All those in favor of exiting executive session, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Council, do we have any business that's in front of us?
We do. I'd like to move that we authorize the mayor to execute in substantial form the lease addendum to 1245 Veterans Memorial Highway, Suite 30, Mableton, Georgia.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any discussion on this, council? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of approval for the motion made by Councilwoman Jeffcoat, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Hearing no other business in front of the council for this evening, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's made and seconded by that way somewhere.
Give it to Herndon.
I'll take it.
Okay, Councilwoman Herndon seconded this. All right, council, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Good night.
Ayes have it. We stand adjourned. Thank you, council, and ladies and gentlemen of the city of Mableton.